Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Oro-Medonte Council meeting of Wednesday, September 24th. Before I call the meeting to order, I'd like to address a couple of housekeeping items. When you come to the mic, first and foremost, please, if you can just put your cell phones on silent or vibrate so that it doesn't disturb anyone during the meeting. During the open forum session, if you come to speak at the mic, please come forward, announce your name, but adjust the mic so you're speaking directly into the end of it because this meeting is being live streamed and recorded for YouTube after so that people can hear you clearly that aren't in chamber. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nations, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared and sustainable, prosperous future. We're all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam Clerk, may we have a draft motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, September 24th, 2025 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
All in favor? Thank you for that participation. That is carried, Madam Clerk. And may we have, or does anyone have any pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to disclose pecuniary interest in 18B, short-term litigation, litigation on short-term rentals, because I own and operate a short-term rental.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. 18B. Okay. No other pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none. That's been noted, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Okay, so we have no closed session items at this time. We will deal with the closed session items as item 18 at the end of the meeting so that everyone's not having to go sit in the hall for like they've misbehaved in public school. So I appreciate everyone's attendance now. May we have a draft motion for the 2 sets of minutes, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of council meeting held on Wednesday, September the 10th, 2025 be received and adopted as printed and circulated, and that the draft minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting held on Monday, September 15th, 2025 be received, and that the recommendation therein per motion number HC 2509-15-6 be adopted.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Recognitions of achievements, there are none. Public meetings, we have none. Deputations, presentations. Madam Clerk, I had an email if item B could go before A. Is that okay from a time perspective?
Yes, if you can garner consensus from your council.
Yeah, thank you. So council, is everyone okay if we do item 8B first and A second? Okay, thank you. So we have a deputation from Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition, and I know Miss Wynn unfortunately could not make it tonight, but I'm happy to see that Bernard Pope and Margaret Prophet are here to speak to this. So if you'd like to come to the mic, announce your name, and proceed when ready, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw, Council, and staff. My name is Bernard Pope, and I live at our farm near Bass Lake. Every time I'm in this building, I feel like I'm with friends, and I'm always comfortable here. So thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. I've been given greetings to staff this afternoon because I value their wisdom and input in the governance of this township. I'm hoping that my short message that I deliver today will be heard by staff. I've been involved in agriculture all my life, working in Innisfil with Dad, Lacombe, Alberta, and on Oro-Medonte. I've served on the board of Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture, the Policy Advisory Committee of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and lately as chair of Ontario Farmland Trust. In 2021, the federal census revealed that we're losing 319 acres of farmland a day to various forms of development. Our executive director at Ontario Farmland Trust, Martin Strathoff, extrapolated that by this devastating pace, we would be out of farmland by 2100, 75 years from now. Many folks do not know that the best 5% of the farmland in Canada is in Southern Ontario, and Ontario farmers and ranchers produce over 200 commodities for the communities. This is the reason that Ontario Farmland Trust joined Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition as a founding member. Margaret Prophet is the executive director of Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition. I worked with her presenting the very valid reasons that why the Greenbelt should be protected. Please listen carefully to Margaret as she so eloquently argues that this protection is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard. I don't know how eloquently, but I will do my best. Next slide, please. My name is Margaret Prophet, just for the record. Next slide.
Excuse me.
Thank you. So as Bernard said, I represent the Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition. We have 47 members across Simcoe County. Actually there's probably about 5 or 6 that are within Oro-Medonte specifically. What we have always hoped is to bring balance to Simcoe County. It's not one is better than the other, but a balance between the places that feed us, that provide our water, that clean our air, as well as finding communities and building communities that are healthy and accessible and affordable. Next slide, please. So this here is just a reminder of the Greenbelt's impact. It's ecologically connected to Oro-Medonte, but it obviously isn't within the boundaries of Oro-Medonte. But the Greenbelt has a significant impact on all across Ontario, whether it be carbon offsets or whether it be flooding prevention or whether it be economic development. So people don't appreciate that over 175,000 jobs are related to the Greenbelt, $3.2 billion worth of ecosystem services are provided annually. So that's your flood prevention, carbon sequestration, water purification. And the reason why I mentioned this was because the Greenbelt was always meant to balance what we need with where we live. And what the evidence has shown is the Greenbelt has been a very effective policy in achieving what it has done, and it contributes a lot to the Ontario economy and to our cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So this is just to get everybody familiarized with where the Greenbelt is and where in relation to Simcoe County. As you can see, it kind of skirts, Simcoe County being in the upper left of the screen. You can see it skirts around the southern and, this is on wheels, okay. Do not lean on that. You can see it goes on the southern and western edges of Simcoe County. The Oak Ridges Moraine is running east-west. The Niagara Escarpment goes obviously from Niagara Falls all the way up to Tobermory, and then the brighter green is your protected countryside. So it's important that everybody recognizes that the Greenbelt isn't just one plan, it's actually 3 plans. So when we're talking about the Greenbelt, we're also talking about the Niagara Escarpment, and we're also talking about the Oak Ridges Moraine. In 2018, the province proposed to grow the Greenbelt into Simcoe County. The Oro-Moraine was one of the key areas that it proposed. That unfortunately got abandoned with the change of government, but that was based on evidence created by or pulled together from the expert panel with David Crombie. He had developers, farmers, planners on a panel, and they were the ones that said the Greenbelt policy is working, but we're still losing a lot of farmland and a lot of water heritage and hydrological features. So the idea was always to grow it, even from when it was the beginning, and that's kind of the history with Simcoe County. Next slide, please. So as a part of the Greenbelt plan, there's a legislative review every 10 years. If you do the math, 2005 is when it came to be, 2015 was the last review, 2025. We have heard that the review is going to be announced imminently, which could be any time between tomorrow and maybe December, but this is a chance for us to review the Greenbelt. The policies obviously can change within review periods, but the most substantial policies, the most substantial growth is going to be happening in review period. So we see this as an opportunity to think about how the Greenbelt can be across Ontario, strengthened and expanded, maybe within Oro-Medonte, maybe in other parts of Simcoe County, other parts of Ontario. We feel that as you'll know, a lot of the policies at the municipal level that relied on provincial strength have been kind of rolled back, leaving municipalities in a pretty difficult position sometimes, protecting with natural heritage and aggregate and those sort of things. And so the Greenbelt does provide a level of certainty about where growth can go and where it can't. Next slide, please. So for that reason, we put together a motion for council or a resolution we'd like you to consider. Basically, the therefore is in the bullets, so therefore exploring opportunities to expand and strengthen the Greenbelt protections, calling on the province to collaborate with municipalities and Indigenous relations, and then to forward the resolution to other stakeholders. That's what it's not asking you to commit to anything in particular other than to have the spirit of a Greenbelt review to be open, transparent, evidence-based, and to be moving more towards strengthening, expanding it than to be looking at carve-outs and weakenings, which is what we know certain interests are really looking at doing. Next slide. We're really hoping that your municipality, we've had 3 municipalities so far across Ontario, we've just begun. So Severn and Collingwood have passed similar resolutions. Hamilton has passed a much stronger resolution, which actually wants the Greenbelt expanded into Hamilton. And we have, I think, about six more deputations across Simcoe and about another 10 across Ontario that all seem to be going favorably. So we'll see. But we're hoping that Oro-Medonte, considering the importance of the Oro-Moraine for your constituents, the importance of agriculture land and the future of your economy, would be a natural Greenbelt champion. Last slide? I think it should be my last slide. Yeah, see, perfect. Bernard, do you have anything to add? He told me I had to bring him back up, so.
Thank you. On one of those slides, there was a recognition of the value of ecological services. And if you go to Green Analytics in Toronto and Guelph, they've done studies on areas of 100 acres that will show there's over $65,000 a hectare a year of benefit from ecological services. And Councillor Bard, I'm quite sure you're familiar with this term as well, but there's a book that I think the mayor and council should get. It's by Quinn Lee. He's a neurologist in Japan. He's Chinese, and he wrote a book called Forest Bathing. And the Japanese have had forest bathing for years, centuries. And it's proven to be a helpful health benefit. So when Margaret has that on her slide, it just stuck in my mind that perhaps I should just remind council and staff that the value of a tree and the green and the ecological surroundings are a great benefit for us.
Unless there's questions.
I really appreciate a great presentation. Much appreciate a very important message. So I will, if you just hold by, Council, are there any questions for our guests? Councillor Young?
Yeah, just one question.
Your mic, sir.
Just the one question. What was the term you used, forest bathing?
Yes, go hug a tree.
No, but the second word, bathing?
Bathing, yes.
Why that?
Quinley,
Yeah, I got that.
QINGLI.
Okay, thank you.
I'll get the book for you, Councillor.
I just wasn't sure that the
Yeah.
term I heard. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Comment. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, please.
Thank you. Start early tonight. I just want to thank Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition for coming forward in this way. I think it's very important in these times of dynamic change that we hear a lot of the voices of civil society. There are a lot of things going on, and there's a lot for councils such as this to contemplate and to try and stay abreast of, and it's helpful to know what's important to the constituents in order that we represent them appropriately. The other thing I'd like to add to that is that the engineering profession has begun to recognize the benefit of ecological features, and I would encourage the Greenbelt Coalition and others to make contact to the representing associations of the engineering profession, because at the end of the day, that's who pours the concrete and builds the buildings and sets the specifications forth for the development of society, for the improvement of the quality of life. So just a recommendation, and thanks again for your help.
Thank you very much for those comments, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments from members of council? In closing, I want to thank both of you for coming and being such a great, important part of this. The one thing I really do respect and appreciate, Margaret, is your comment about balance. This council, I think, collectively understands that we have to grow, we have to evolve, we have to develop, excuse me, but we have to do it in a balanced manner in order that we maintain and retain the agricultural heritage that we have here, because once we build on land, we will never grow on it again. So it's I know we can't do one without the other, but it's the balanced approach, and I think open communication and stuff like this will help us get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. Thanks.
Madam Clerk, do we have a motion for this item, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the deputation by Margaret Prophet and Bernard Hope, Simcoe County Greenbelt Coalition, request for support and draft motion strengthening and expanding Ontario's Greenbelt protections be received. That section 14.80 of the procedural bylaw number 2023-043 be waived, and that a draft motion be brought back to a future council meeting for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. I've heard the motion. All in favor? That is carried. Now we'll go back and we'll cover item A, presentation by Josh Valente, manager of Watson's and Associate Economist Limited, regarding the 2025 council composition and ward boundary review update. Mr. Valente, would you like to proceed when ready? I believe
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go
Perfect.
ahead.
So thank you, Mayor. As noted, my name is Josh Valente. I'm a manager here at Watson and Associates, and we were retained by the township back in when was that? In May here to reevaluate the final option 1 from the 2021 boundary review study with updated population figures from 2025 and extending those out 3 election cycles to 2035. With that, we also had some engagement with the public. We had an online engagement platform set up on the township's engagement page we hosted a virtual session, an in-person session, and had a survey opened for a couple weeks from the end of August to September 12th there. From our findings with the revised population figures, we noted that final option 1, as presented through the 2021 study, remains an acceptable option from a population perspective, and actually increased in population parity slightly from what was once presented in 2021. When we're looking at the 2025 population figures, all 5 wards proposed would fall within that 25% threshold, and 2 actually are within the optimal range of within 5, plus or minus 5% of that average population. When we extend out to 2034, we do see some growth in some of those wards, but they all remain within 25% within that acceptable threshold, and 4 of the 5 wards are within 11%. So pretty tight from a population perspective throughout. When we're looking at the current 6-ward system, it does have some strong population parity as well. All 6 wards currently are within that 25% threshold as well. However, there is Ward 1 that is on the lower end of that threshold, and Ward 2, which is on the higher end of that 25% threshold. But as we look out to 2034, those actually kind of get closer to that optimal range, just with the population growth in different areas and not equal throughout those wards. With that being said, that was our evaluation of the population, and I'll say the changes from what we saw from the 2021 figures. And then we brought these changes out to the public. And as noted, we had a virtual session that was held on September 9th, and then an in-person session that was held on September 10th for some additional feedback alongside that survey that was opened. To the virtual session, that session was also posted onto the township's YouTube page and garnered about just under 100 views up until September 15th. So just over a week there, we had about 100 views of that presentation. We had a handful of people engage us directly in that virtual session, as well as at the in-person session held on September 10th. To conclude this report from our evaluation, final option 1, as developed for that 2021 boundary review, remains a plausible alternative to the current situation or the current configuration of these wards, with strong population parity both currently in 2025, and when we look out a couple election cycles there to 2034, remains strong as well. A few things that we did hear from the public through the engagement session was really they did favor the population, current population and future population. We kind of grouped them in one, but they did have a pretty strong preference that should be the guiding principle that we do look at and hold weight to. There are the communities of interest, topographical and geographical lines used as boundaries, and in both of these cases do have strong relations and do correlate that as well. There was some concern raised a little bit outside the scope of this project, but there was some concern raised about what may happen at county council and how that may impact the local composition, as well as some concern about future annexations and what that may, similar in nature, what that complications or what those changes may impact on the proposed system or even the current system. And just a few comments on that. Both those areas that have been proposed from an annexation perspective from Barrie and from Orillia are pretty limited on population figures. We did take a look at that using the same methodology and methods that we used for the ward boundary populations, and the area captured or proposed from Barrie is about 275 people. And when we look at the Orillia area, a much larger geographic area is about just under 700 people. And when we factor those numbers into the ward configuration, those numbers are relatively low impactful, and both of those options do remain within the acceptable range moving forward. That is all I had for today, but happy to answer any questions or comments from council.
Okay, Well, thank you very much, Josh. Appreciate that. I did listen to the virtual live streams or the YouTube recordings of the meetings, and you know, I'm sure some councilors can talk. The boundary adjustment, whether it goes through or not, you know, the total number of constituents between both boundary adjustments that are on the table right now would not sum to, it would be definitely under 100 people in total over 2 different wards. So I think it's more of a red herring. I understand the concern from members of the public, but it's not something of significance that would have any impact. So, you know, other than that, I just will open the table for any questions or comments by council. I see Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you. So some comments, because this was my ball that I started kicking down the road. It was actually in November of 2024 when this originally came out. And I too listened to the YouTube rebroadcast so I could get a sense of what type of comments we were getting. So I guess I would like to clarify as to why I brought this forward back in November. You know, we've been working with this situation where we have the mayor and the deputy mayor who is appointed versus elected. And I would say that one of the overriding things when I was knocking at doors that people were speaking with me about was the fact that they didn't have that opportunity to vote for a deputy mayor, and they were discouraged by the appointment of a deputy mayor. And I too feel it's very important that anybody has the opportunity to cast their vote as to who that person would be. And, you know, it could lead to a person being in the chair that may have different ideas than the mayor and may, you know, maybe more challenging, and that's not a bad thing. But I think it's really up to our residents to determine who that person is, not how we do that through council. I would also say that, you know, going through that process and then going through the process of trying to figure out the remuneration package, I hate that word, you know, and kind of going through the machinations of how that was all going to work, because we were not left with any kind of blueprint as to how this was going to roll out. So we had to sort of make it our own, and only to be criticized by some previous council members, I will say, as to what decisions we made. And secondly, you know, Watson did do a full report back in 2021, very comprehensive report. It was expensive. What we've asked for to have done this time was not at that same level, nor at that same cost. I know there was some concern about the cost of redoing this, and it was much more minimal than what was paid for in 2021. But I guess what I really want to drive at is through this extremely comprehensive report, where we had a lot of input from many members across all communities in Oro-Medonte, the option that we're looking at now, option 1, that has been reviewed, was the recommendation of Watson and Associates, and it mirrored what the community was asking for. And what I am curious and always have been curious about is the council of the day did not take the recommendation that they paid nearly $60,000 for, that they redrew the lines of the wards and made their own decision. And you know, that if they want to do that at that time, of course, that's their prerogative. I felt very strongly that we needed to relook at this. We hire an expert like Watson and Associates at a cost to do all of that hard work, to collect all of that data and to make the recommendation, and to have that then ignored or redrawn, I don't think personally is right. So that's why I put this forward. I think it's very important. You know, and just looking at some of the comments and some of the report findings from the first report, you know, one thing that was a reoccurring theme was that the Lakeshore community, those residents really felt that they shouldn't be split into 2 wards. And with this recommendation of option 1, that's clearly going to demonstrate the needs and the wants of those community members. So I think in a nutshell, I just felt it was very important that this was relooked at. I'm really glad we got the recommendations that we did. The population piece is going to stay in line. I feel very strongly, personally, about the ability for our residents to vote for who they want for deputy mayor, and I would very much want to support the recommendation of moving to an elected deputy mayor and the boundaries as they are lined out in option 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a comment on the, I agree with the deputy mayor should be voted for, and with the recent addition of strong mayor powers to our municipality, I do wonder if what would happen if we had to rely on a deputy mayor that was selected by council and elected by very few, that had to step in and had strong mayor powers, and I would be uncomfortable with that. So.
No, valid comment. Any further comments? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much. I do have a few comments, and I will not necessarily repeat what Councillor Hutchison has said, although I agree with it entirely. When I did run, I ran on the fact that the constituents had been denied a vote. And denying a vote is denying democracy. So I think it can't be any more plain than that. I will also say that from a functional perspective, being the sole population of 1 who has done the combined job, that the job is not a tenable position to be able to operate from. So notwithstanding any of the other concerns, it's just not reasonable to expect a person to represent a ward and be a deputy mayor. And I agree with all the other comments, both from Councillor Bard and Councillor Hutchison. With regard to county council, notwithstanding whether county council reduces or not, the experience has been for the City of Toronto, whose council was cut in half, that the burden on the individual councillors increased so much that the individual councillors have budgets of nearly $500,000 to run their offices in order to be able to respond to citizen concerns. The mayor of Collingwood indicated at the time when she voted in favor of reducing county council that she would require additional staff in order to be able to function in that job without the assistance of the deputy mayor. And I would like to point out that the least expensive persons representing the township are the members of council. If you want to pay staff to do the work that councillors are doing, then to those who commented during the process, just note that councillors are less expensive than staff members. It's very important to me, at least, that the mayor be properly supported, and I'd have found through the experience of being on county council and talking to deputy mayors and mayors where you have representatives who are perhaps split in their views, or that the mayors need quite a bit of support, and a mayor who has to carry both the burden of township council and county council is going to be a very busy mayor. So I would argue that the requirement for a deputy mayor will only increase because more of the burden at the local level will be required to be fulfilled if county council is reduced. So notwithstanding that change, I think the necessity exists either way for a deputy mayor. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments at this time? No. Thank you for the comments, councillors. I do agree, and I think just I think what the public also needs to understand is the sole purpose of a deputy mayor is not to sit on county council. That's not the reason why a deputy mayor is there. There's a lot in every municipality that the mayor duties itself need to have somebody there to help as well, because there's multitude of events. I can only be in one place at one time, do one thing at a time. I'm not a fantastic multitasker, although I do attempt at times, not necessarily successfully. But so and the other thing is the reduction of county council did not fulfill the triple majority. So at this time there will be 2 representatives next term on county council, and it will continue. So Councillor Young, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to concur with the other 2 councillors here and the deputy mayor that what I heard at the door as well was that they would like to see a deputy mayor elected as opposed to appointed, and for all the other reasons that have already been voiced here by the councillors.
Thank you. Okay, well, Josh, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the number 1 goal is to ensure that the options that were put up last term were still relevant with the changing numbers and environment that we are constantly mutating through, it seems. So thank you for that. And Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to receive Josh's report?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the memorandum correspondence dated September 15th, 2025, and presented by Josh Valenti, Manager, Watson and Associate Economists Limited, re 2025 Council Composition and Ward Boundary Review Update, Engagement Update be received. That final option 1, as outlined in the memorandum correspondence dated September 15, 2025 from Watson and Associate Economists Limited, be adopted, and that the applicable ward boundary and council composition bylaws be brought forward for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. That was unanimously, if you want to mark that, Madam Clerk. Or actually, you can leave it because we got to pass it later on, correct, right?
The bylaws are on the agenda
Okay,
for consideration, yes.
Thank you.
But I will mark this unanimously as noted.
Thank you. Is there anything on the agenda that needs to be moved forward to members of the public? Any that you want to identify because you're not here for the remainder of the meeting or until the item comes forth? Ms. Voorhees? Yeah, sorry, you'll have to come to the mic and say your name and what item, just so people can hear at home.
Jane Voorhees, Oro-Medonte. I'm not sure whether it's doable to put 12A ahead. I know that Mr. Binns may have to contact
that may
comment
be
on
a time that we may have a time scheduled for the facilitators to chime in, but I'll at 5 o'clock.
Oh, at 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
So an hour and 15 minutes.
Sure.
So if you want to go for a burger and come back.
No, not at all.
I'm just trying to accommodate. Yeah, it is Whopper Wednesday according to Councillor Bard.
Wow,
So,
okay. I'll keep that in mind. I didn't want to cook dinner tonight anyway.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, if Ms. Voorhees is speaking at the open forum,
Yep.
then perhaps we can move the open forum to just before the matter that is being heard at 5.
Question is, would the provincial facilitator be listening to open forum?
Well, if they're scheduled to be here at 5 and we do it just before 5, I think they will be chimed in and waiting in the waiting room. So I would imagine they will log in earlier than 5, so they would hear you then.
Okay.
Okay. So would that make sense?
Yes, it would.
And just, you know, and I'm trying to please appreciate my levity. How long?
Now.
Just
What
so if
kind
I
of
have time. No.
reputation?
I just want to make sure I'm working with my constituents.
Yes.
So
I've really tried to keep it short this
Okay.
time. In fact, I only have 2 pages.
oh,
So that's
Do you feel
not
like- do you
bad. That
feel
might
like-
be 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Yeah. No. So
What's the question?
What's the size of the font of your 2
Oh,
pages?
14.
Okay.
You know, because I'm old, right? Need
Kind
it
of feel like
bigger.
I'm the game show host
Yes.
of Beat the Clock. Can you do this in 30 seconds and 25 seconds. But anyways, okay, so are you okay if we do that? Unless, is there anyone else registered for open forum?
I don't believe so, but let me check, Mr. Mayor. No, we just have one registered. That's not to say that there aren't members of
Okay,
of
but if people are
in the gallery
in the
that would like
gallery,
to
then
speak.
that's fine. Yep, no. Okay, so we only have one registered, and so, Madam Clerk, is that, well, I'll ask council, is that okay if we move that back to just before 5? So I'd say 10 to 5 is when we'll try and get to open forum.
Mr. Mayor, if there are others in the gallery that would like to speak to open forum on another matter, they could do it now.
Yeah, they
And
can
then
do it
Ms.
now if they want.
Yes.
Okay.
So we don't hold them up.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Voorhees. You can have a seat, please. So is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to speak to something other than wait till 10 to 5 to speak in open forum? I'm not seeing any yes nods. I see a bunch of no nods, but that's good. So, okay, perfect. We'll move it then.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so now let's go to reports of municipal officers for action. Item 11A, may we have a draft motion, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that DS 2025-085, Brianna Belcourt, Policy and Special Projects Planner, Development Agreement Financial Securities Policy, dated September 24th, 2025, be received and adopted. That policy POL FIN 15, Development Agreement Financial Securities Policy, forming Appendix A of DS 2025-085 be adopted.
Thank you very much. I'll open the floor now for members of council if there's any questions or comments regarding this report. There's the securities on, yeah. It's a very well-written report, pretty straightforward. Is there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to congratulate the Finance Department on this continuing stream of new policies that are bringing us into the 21st century. Thank you very much for that. One thing that did occur to me was that the introduction of some sort of a surety bond like this that was investigated by the party guaranteeing it would be a better outcome for the township with regard to the fact that the party making the application had the ability to complete the project, because there would be a financial verification of the status of their ability in that regard. So that seemed to me like a much better option than just writing a check or putting up cash, which can always sometimes be withdrawn or disappear. Leaving the party, us, on the hook. So if that, perhaps, I don't know whether you'd like to comment on it, I didn't ask in advance, so, but it is an observation I had, and if you can confirm it now, that would be fine. If you'd prefer to wait to comment on it later, that's also fine. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Spagna, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I think that statement is correct in that when you talk about the scrutiny and the reviews that we place on the insurers and the surety, they're definitely not going to back developers that do not have the financial ability to follow through with projects. Along those same lines, it's anticipated that it's most likely going to be developers that are of larger developers with more capital to be able to follow through with projects that are going to be utilizing that surety to go and secure against infrastructure and whatnot. But I think the statement is correct that there's a little bit more confidence in the ability of the developer to pull through and finalize projects because they'll have the well-being and the capital to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagna. Any other comments or questions regarding this matter? Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Madam Clerk, Could we now, we're at item 11B. Ms. Johnson, before we have the motion, would you like to provide some summary comments, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council and the public. Today, we're presenting the township's new procurement policy. The majority of the work was completed by our procurement team, Matthew Samerda, our supervisor of asset management, and our new procurement specialist, Madia Austin, who's been a great addition to the finance team. But this was done in collaboration as well with our management team and staff. So a great team effort across the organization. I just wanted to give a highlight of the policy. It sets out how we purchase the goods and services in construction, and at its core, it's about making sure that every purchase we make is fair and transparent and provides the best value for our residents. Our previous framework was nearly 2 decades old. Our CAO was really instrumental in pushing this forward and has wanted this for years. And so here it is today, and we're very proud of it. Since then, the provincial legislation and the trade agreements and procurement standards have changed significantly, as you know, and updating this policy reduces our financial and legal risks, strengthens accountability, and ensures staff have the right tools to do their jobs effectively. So just want to give a highlights, just very high level of what the changes to the policy are. There's clear spending limits. We've now increased that to $25,000 for direct or informal quotes. We have another threshold from $25,000 to $100,000 invitational competition and at least 3 bids, and over $100,000 is about an open public posted competition. We have delegated authorities. Those have changed those limits. That's allowed managers and directors and the CFO and CAO to have defined approval limits. And it's reduced those bottlenecks, so as we see with the budgets. We've modernized processes, stronger rules for standard procurement, evaluation committees we've put in place for fairness, and streamlined our documentation. We have vendor management, code of conduct, conflict of interest safeguards, and transparency and accessibility, clear definitions, tables, and appendices. So the next step after it is hopefully approved by council today, over the next few weeks, staff will be rolling out department-specific training, ensuring everyone understands their roles and approval limits and the new procedures. So we're just very excited about this transition, and it's just another thing we've put in place for finance and the safeguarding of the township's assets and legal responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, Matthew, and Nadia for all the great work on this and the continued. You continue to impress council, which is very good to see. But thank you. I know it's been a huge amount of work you've accomplished in a short period of time, and it's great, really greatly appreciated. Any comments? Oh, here we have a whole lineup. Councillor Hutchinson and then Councillor
I'm
Young.
just sitting here smiling. Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. Honestly, this is the stuff that just makes my heart sing. Shannon and CAO bins as well, making sure that this is a priority. It's, you know, it's so great to see this forward movement happening within the department, and, you know, building efficiencies in and accountabilities for the staff and easy ways for you to track what is going on and be able to answer some questions that council may come to you with. I'm looking at you, Councillor Clark. You know, it's just great. I mean, it's just so, it's night and day from where we were 3 years ago. So I can't thank you enough. It's terrific. Thanks.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, I just want to comment and commend finance as well. You know, it's obviously well managed now. It's good to hear it for us, to hear that exactly what's going on in there, and certainly the public who are watching and understand that the taxes are being well taken care of by you guys with all the, as has been stated, the safeguards and all that sort of thing involved. So that's as much as I can say, but it's, as Lori here has said, it's great to hear it and reassure myself and the members of council and the public in particular that their money's been well taken care of and managed well. So
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, light the candles on the cake. Thank you very much. What stands out to me more than anything else is that this is a cross-functional, cross-departmental effort. What's encouraging to see from council's perspective, and I think I can speak on behalf of the electorate, is that this is a well-functioning, cross-functional team. And it's high-performing, and thank you very much for all that work. It's really delivering a strong message about the positioning of this township.
Thank you. Any other members of council before we wrap up the Academy Awards? So, no, but it's well deserved.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion for this item, please.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that FI 2025-10, Shannon Johnson, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer, re-procurement policy update be received and adopted. That FIN POL 14, procurement policy be adopted as presented. And that staff bring forward the appropriate bylaw for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. You've heard the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? There are no opposed. That's carried, Madam Clerk. And now we may have a draft motion for 11C, please.
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that CS 2025-12, Jeanette Teeter, Supervisor, Clerk's Services, Deputy Clerk, Oro-Medonte Citizen and Ontario Senior of the Year Awards nomination and composition process review be received and adopted. That Council approve option 5 with respect to the Oro-Medonte Citizen Senior of the Year recipient awards nominations and composition process to commence with the 2026-2030 term of council, and that staff proceed accordingly.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Open the floor if there's any questions, comments on this item. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. That is carried, Madam Clerk. And Ms. Llewellyn, we're now at 11D. Ms. Llewellyn, would you like to provide summary comments to this matter, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council and to the public. Ontario Regulation 2523 requires that broader public sector organizations, including municipalities, they're required to develop a conservation and demand management plan, or a CDM plan for short, and that it's updated every 5 years. So these CDM plans must report on energy consumption of various buildings. So here in Oro-Medonte, they would be buildings such as our admin offices, our recreation facilities, fire stations, the roads yards, and our water treatment facilities. I'm pleased to present council with the township's newly updated energy conservation and demand management plan, which will cover the years from 2024 to 2029. This plan will assist staff in achieving reductions in overall energy use and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Energy management is continuously evolving, and effective management requires a constant focus and reevaluation of strategies and approaches to capitalize on opportunities and to address challenges. This plan is a living document, and as such was designed to improve our energy efficiency and reduce the environmental impacts of township facilities. It's been closely aligned to the goals and the targets of the township's climate action plan, which not only aims to address facility operations, but other environmental considerations such as fleet improvements as well. To support the goals of the new energy conservation management plan, energy audits were completed on 5 key corporate facilities, and they helped provide detailed analysis of energy consumption patterns. It helped identify equipment performance and operational behaviors. The results help to identify inefficiencies in building systems such as HVAC, our insulation and lighting, and also quantified potential energy cost savings. The results of the audits will help to prioritize capital upgrades, but will also help to identify different behaviors and practices that could help lead to energy conservation. Overall, the township has made great strides with respect to energy management, and through regular CDM plan updates and a focus on energy conservation, the township can reduce our costs through better equipment maintenance, high efficiency design and operation, and cost-effective planning. Additionally, responsible energy management promotes green development and sets a good example for our community. And I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn. Council members, any questions or comments regarding this matter? No? Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that OCS 2025-13, Ros Llewellyn, Manager, Community Services, Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan update be received and adopted, that the Township of Oro-Medonte's Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan be received and adopted and be incorporated into the Township's strategic planning / business planning processes.
Thank you. Everyone's heard the motion. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? There are no opposed. That is carried, Madam Clerk. So we're moving along at lightning speed, which is, so number 12 is going to be held, not started till 5. So let's do 13, which is update some members of councils as representatives to any of our boards or committees or announcements. Does anyone have any of those? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce that on October 28th at the arena, I believe from 6:30 to 8, the OPP and the police board, the Kuchiching OPP Detachment Police Board, which I'm a member, are holding a public meeting there, and it's an opportunity for members of the community to ask the OPP directly what you want to ask them about, perhaps speeding or coverage, police coverage of the area. So again, that's on October 28th from 6 to 8:30 and at the arena, which is at the 4th line and Highway 11. So
thank you very much. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Sorry, I took the last agenda item off there, so I have to make up here. I just want to let everyone know that the Coldwater Fair is on this weekend. I know it's not our fair, but I know that a lot of folks in the area participate in it, so please join in the fun and frolic that is Coldwater.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And just a couple quick announcements. So one is I want to follow up. Councillor Hutchison held a public town hall last week at the new community center. It was very well attended. I want to commend Councillor Hutchison on a very well executed presentation. I just was there in order, I think, just to hold a chair down in case gravity gave away. But no, she did a great job, covered a lot of stuff, a lot of great comments from the public, and it's great to have that sort of engagement. And I do encourage all my other colleagues to look at following a similar framework of Ms. Hutchinson if you decide to do a town hall between now and the new year. And then I guess the other thing I would like to, there will be a ribbon cutting for the new school in Horseshoe Valley, which will be tomorrow night, I believe around 5:30. Is that correct? So you know, it's great, an amazing school. And Dylan, would you like to add some comments to that in your rec center?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's school and community center, yes. Right? Again, it's been a long time coming. So it's we're very, very happy to have the official grand opening ceremony tomorrow night. There'll be lots of entertainment around. Focused not just for the children but adults as well. So all are welcome. Again, the event is from 5 to 7 p.m. In total, and on our side, we'll be sure to have lots of our equipment out on display so people can see some of the options for lots of the programming we are offering there and will soon to be offering. And then, so again, the entire event is from 5 to 7 p.m. with the ribbon cutting ceremony itself around 5:30.
Okay, perfect. No, and it's excellent. And you know what? A long time coming, and I do want to take this time to say, like, we're fortunate enough to be in seat when this new school is actually finally come to fruition. But I do want to also thank multiple councils prior to this day, because this has been a long time coming. And as Mr. Benz, who was in your shoes earlier on when this first came to light, had to shepherd through a lot of that, and there was a lot of back and forth, and it seems the pause button finally wore out, so they had to move forward. But yeah, so and we're on a roll now, so that's good. Any other reports? Seeing none. Okay. We're now at the consent agenda items. Does anyone wish to have anything pulled for discussion or to not support as the motions are laid out? No? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to receive the consent agenda.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? That is carried. There are no communications or petitions this week. There is a notice of motion. Councillor Hutchinson, would you like to provide a brief explanation? This isn't for discussion at this time. This is just for a high-level overview of the motion that will be forwarded at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yes, my notice of motion really is with respect to the increased pedestrian traffic that we're now experiencing on Line 4 and the intersection of Line 4 and Horseshoe Valley Road, particularly residents crossing the road from the Cathedral Pines area across Horseshoe Valley Road. Although the children are bused from Cathedral Pines, other families are choosing to allow their children to walk to school. I've received significant number of calls of concern with regards to speed at the intersection, people passing on the shoulder, and just the general concern about the safety of the intersection as it is today. As well, what would that look like in the future once the proposed traffic circle goes in? So my notice of motion really, although this is a county road, it's to hopefully have support from council that we can write a letter to the county to review the situation as it is today, and also what the future situation may look like as far as the engineering around the traffic circle. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison, and and just as a small addition onto that, we have reached out to county because it is a county road, to bring it to their attention that to try and at least get that area considered for as a school safety zone, and we'll have to graduate the speeds down, I believe, Dylan, in order to get it down to the 40 kilometers in the immediate area of the school. Correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this topic, again, we'll definitely note internally here for discussion at our next Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. And then more specifically, even following the town hall last week, staff did have a meeting, a follow-up meeting with the county since then. The county has made it quite clear that they intend in the very near future, I believe even possibly by the end of October, or November, but definitely in the very near future, they intend to bring a staff report to County Council with some recommendations on how to improve safety in that area in the interim, given that the large, construction of the roundabout here is several years away still. So some recommendations they have confirmed are going to be presented at County Council in the near future.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you. And I know, Madam Clerk, you're very patient with us deviating just slightly outside of the notice of motion stringent parameters we operate within. So I appreciate that. So we'll move on now to bylaws. Madam Clerk, I believe we could pass the 3 bylaws there because they've already been dealt with under item 17.
No, the motion was passed to bring them forward.
Okay.
So now council may put them on the table.
Yeah. Is there any comments or questions regarding the bylaws? Yep, sorry, Councillor Shell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Bylaw 17B, 2025-092, regarding the division of the boundaries within the township. The people I've talked to are quite happy with the way the 6 boundaries are now. And there's some concern about, you know, the changing is going to cause some confusion and possibly some dissension. And they're concerned about the cost of why we need to do this. Now, everybody I've talked to, and myself included, are totally in favor of having our deputy mayor voted on by the people, but they don't seem to see how changing from 6 zones to 5 zones has anything to do with that. So that's the feedback I'm getting, and just passing that on.
Yep, no, I appreciate that feedback. And, you know, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think it's quite simple math that if we're going to leave the composition around the table the same, we have to reduce by 1 ward. So if we're going to have an elected deputy mayor, we would have to also do the boundary adjustments in order to fulfill that position.
The feedback I get from the people out there in the public that I've spoken to is that in the past, the deputy mayor's job is to fill in when the mayor is not available.
Well, that's not necessarily accurate or correct. You know, yes. Just let me.
Okay.
So, you know, I guess I have not received any pushback. You know, I've seen, you know, some comments on Facebook or postings on Facebook with very few comments supporting the verbiage that a person or a group of persons under a title have given. So, you know, I think you know, it is, we all accepted the report, and we will vote on this. We can vote on it separately if you want to separate it. We can do that, but I think at this point this is where we are in the process, and we need to move forward. Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Young, and
thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Again, through you to Councillor Shell. I believe that Deputy Mayor Lavoie did spend quite a bit of time explaining what more needed to be done or not done if if there was a single deputy mayor position. So I guess my question to you is, you support voting for a deputy mayor, yet you don't understand why you would do that, is basically what I'm hearing. If you're saying, you know, people are saying, what does the deputy mayor do other than just fill in for the mayor, which was explained by Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I'm a little confused as to why people would see it in the way you're describing. I also have not had anybody provide me that narrative. I've only seen that narrative on Facebook by a certain group of people who have a certain opinion on this. So I would want to be very careful if I was having those conversations to really dig deep into what their actual concern would be. Because if you're going to vote for the deputy mayor and keep the wards the way they are, then we would have to have an additional councillor. That's an additional cost to the taxpayer. So is that what people want? Is that what you're hearing, is people want to actually have more councillors?
Well,
and pay for more councillors?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Sure. I think what I'm hearing and feeling from the people is, why all of a sudden? I mean, we've been historically we've had 5 councillors, and one councillor took on the responsibility as a deputy mayor. And
But okay, so that took place, Councillor Shell, because they added an additional ward. Now, you know, in the presentation by the consultants at that time, they gave multiple models, and there were models that just redivided the boundaries with 5. It wasn't necessary, like let's, for simple numbers, let's say we're 25,000 people. Okay, so 5 wards is 5,000 people per councillor. That is not substantive. Now, if we wanted to keep the deputy mayor separate and add a ward, we'd have to add 2, because we would be, what we try to do is have an odd number on council so that we don't have a bunch of tie votes. So this was the option, you know, and I don't think, you know, I think at this point the reports, the presentations have been done. The opportunities to ask those questions during the presentations was here for all of us to partake in. And I think now it comes down to, before us, we will vote to either pass it or not pass it and reject it. So, and I would leave that to the time of the vote. So, you know, Councillor Young, if there's anything else, but other than that, I think, I don't want to kind of belabor something that we've already passed that step in the process, and now we're at where we're voting on the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question and then a comment. Councillor, when you say you've been speaking to these people, how many people are you speaking to or have spoken to you? Because I haven't heard anything from other people that who are discontent or upset at what's being proposed here.
Oh, do I have to give you an exact number?
Well, you should know that I have some approximate number, whether it's 2 or 10 or.
To be frank, if I even heard just from one person, I'm bringing it forward. Whether I heard from 1 or 25 or 50, I'm bringing it forward.
Is that the case? You've heard from 1? No, what I'm asking, you must have some idea. Is it 5 or 10?
What does this have to do?
Okay, guys, you know what, like.
What does it have to do with this?
Respectfully, okay, you know,
yes.
like, and this is where I don't want to get into a back and forth argument. That's not what this is about. The presentation was there. The questions could have been asked. We are a long way down the path now. We're at the point where we're voting on the bylaw. Every council member can vote to support or not support the bylaw, and we will move forward from there. It's a council decision. We make a decision based on the body of council, not individual things. And if you had significant concerns, it's always important to bring them forward at the appropriate time of the process. Okay? So other than that, is everyone's fine? Councillor Shell?
Do we need to make a motion to separate these?
Well, we'll separate. If you'd like it
Okay, thank
separate
you.
it, we can separate the one bylaw. That's fine. Madam Clerk? So, sorry, and just the Deputy Mayor wants to make one last.
Yeah, I mean, if it's permissive, I mean, you know, if you're calling a vote, that's fine. I just wanted to make it clear that the role, as I've fulfilled it, with regards to the deputy mayor, has not been solely to replace the mayor when he's absent or unable to perform his functions. So, you know, I've been deeply involved in land annexation issues, cannabis issues, short-term rental issues, and it has been quite a time in the last 3 years getting through those matters, dealing with members of the public and attending various town halls when we've had them with other councillors. So I think, and I don't dispute the fact, perhaps, you know, the deputy mayor position has been taken very lightly in the past, and maybe former occupants of this position, although there haven't been many in the last 20 years, I think I'm the third, maybe some of them didn't take the position, you know, with feeling that they owed an obligation to represent the public, but I do, and that's where I stand on the matter. So I would, you know, just as soon prefer the narrative that it's a vibrant position, that it reaches out to people and it responds to people, and that's my position on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't, and I know the comments as to who or what or when is all de minimis and irrelevant. Things have changed. The demands on the deputy mayor position have become significant and greater, just as they have become on each individual that sits around this table. So I think it's a balancing act. And you know, I am in support of having it as a separate position. And I think that the end result net is better having it as a separate position, and a few more, the population intensified a little bit amongst the other 5 council members. So, but I'll leave that up to everybody when we vote on the matter. So, Madam Clerk, can we have, however you want to dice that up between 2 of the bylaws together and then 1 or 1 and 2, but I'll leave that to your discretion.
Mr. Mayor, I have pulled bylaw 2025-092.
Okay, so we'll do that one first.
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-092 be pulled and voted on separately, be passed in open council on the 24th day of September 2025.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so can we have the bylaw now, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2025-091 and 2025-093 be passed in open council on the 24th day of September 2025.
All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And may we have bylaw 2025-092. Did you voted, you polled, I thought you were asking for it to be separated.
No, I
To poll.
pulled
Okay, so
it for a vote and
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Councillor Clark.
Mr. Mayor, can we have both of those votes marked as unanimous, as all 3 bylaws were voted on unanimously?
Madam Clerk, could they be marked unanimous, both of those, please? So, Madam Clerk, I'm looking at what else before we go to open forum at 10 to 5. So do we want to take a break?
actually I believe CAO Bins would like to speak.
Okay, well,
Mayor Greenlaw, I have.
Please do speak.
Thank you. I do have confirmation from Mr. Schelling and Mr. Matheson that they are available at 4:30.
Okay.
So they'll be available to log on, so we can proceed at your will.
Okay, so here's the question, because I think, would you like us to break? Would you be open to break till 4:30? Then we can do open session, because I believe we only have 1 person registered to speak at this time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that way, then they are present to hear, because I believe that person is speaking to that item. So, okay, so. Do we just recess, or would you like me to vote on a recess?
No, we're good just to
Okay, well,
recess.
you know. So if everyone wants to turn their mic and camera off, and we'll take and reconvene at 4:30.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone back. We are going to have to go back. Madam Clerk, I've had a motion of reconsideration brought forward by Councillor Schell. So could we reconsider and revote on item 2025-092, being the bylaw to redivide the ward boundaries within the Township of Oro-Medonte, please?
Mr. Mayor, may I have a mover and a seconder for the reconsideration?
Yes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the reconsideration? Councillor Bard will move it, and Councillor Young will second it.
Okay, so first if you can request.
Yeah.
So moved by Bard, seconded by Young, that council reconsider bylaw 2025-092.
Correct. All in favor for the reconsideration? That is carried. Now can we have the bylaw, please, to call a vote?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-092 be pulled and voted on separately, be passed in open council on the 24th day of September 2025.
Okay. So just for clarity, this is the vote. Oh, sorry. First, I'll take Deputy Mayor LeBois' question.
Is there comment or any other reason for the reconsideration? Is that a permitted aspect of this
it is
procedure?
permitted within the procedure, and if the councillor who requested the reconsideration likes to bring color to the issue, you may if you'd like to.
Yes, thank you. Maybe it's my English comprehension skills. I think I heard the motion was to pull and to pull that motion and to be passed in open council. So,
yes,
I was voting in favor of pulling it to be passed, but then I didn't hear it come forward again separately.
Yeah, no, I understand, and it's a simple comprehension misunderstanding, and listen, there's no embarrassment or shame to it. It's you missed it. I was a little bit confused as well that it wasn't a two-step, it was all done in one, and that's totally fine. So I think it's all clear as we need to make it now, and
Yep.
I would say I'll call the vote.
and Mr. Mayor, normally the motions would go in order of the two other bylaws, but on the floor you had spoken of 092, so we did that one first, and maybe there was some confusion there. So now it's on the floor, and
So it's my fault. So the good
No,
thing
no,
is
it is
no,
not.
just kidding. Yeah, anyways, okay, so I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Of,
Okay.
I don't know
Opposed?
what I'm voting for.
That is carried, Madam Clerk.
okay. Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, council.
No, you're welcome. So now we will go to open forum, Madam Clerk. So do we have anyone registered for open forum?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but first I will ask IT to let Mr. Matheson and Mr. Schelling into the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, we have Jane Voorhees
Okay.
here to speak to open forum.
So Ms. Voorhees, if you'd like to come to the mic, adjust it so you're speaking directly into the end of it, because this is being recorded at home, and state your name first, please. And just so I know, because we only have a person registered to speak at this time, I'm going to ask council for their permission to allow more than some grace time, not an hour, but some grace time to the 2-minute restriction. Is everyone in agreement to that? Okay, so please proceed when ready, Ms. Voorhees.
Thank you very much, Council. My name is Jane Voorhees, Oro-Medonte. I'm here as a member of Friends of the Future, a group that was formed well over a year ago in response to over 3,000 people in Barrie Ward 1 in Oro-Medonte that signed a petition against annexation of Oro-Medonte lands. Friends of the Future, we believe that with the release of the Ontario Provincial Land Development Facilitators report that's being suggested today, that facilitation discussions have concluded and that a restructuring proposal will be submitted tomorrow to Oro-Medonte residents and submitted to Barrie as well, and for discussion in Barrie on September 29th. Friends of the Future, we believe that the Ontario government, through the appointed provincial facilitator, has handled the proposed annexation of Oro-Medonte lands in a manner that seriously questions the principles of responsible municipal land planning. This process is fundamentally backward, and I'll speak to that in a few minutes, demonstrates a lack of transparency to the citizens of Oro-Medonte, Springwater, and Barrie, and a complete failure to engage the communities that are most affected by this annexation. To the facilitator, we believe that there's been no public engagement by your office since the annexation process started over 2 years ago. Residents, families, farmers whose livelihoods and futures are directly at stake have been excluded from this consultation. Rather than fostering dialogue, the government has pursued a behind closed doors process that sidelines the people of Oro-Medonte, Springwater, and Barrie, prioritizing expansion and political timelines over community needs. It's very important to point out, though, our council that's sitting in front of me has been extremely open to public engagement. They have listened to the Friends of the Future through deputations, through open forum, and have attended meetings and listened to our voices. But equally concerning is the absence of key stakeholder involvement in this facilitation process. Local landowners, agricultural groups, the Greenbelt Coalition, thank you, Indigenous communities, and environmental voices have been ignored, despite the profound and permanent consequences annexation would have to our farmland, our natural heritage, and community identity. Overall, we believe this facilitation process undermines the very foundation of responsible land use planning. We have read and we believe that planning requires transparency, fairness, and evidence-based decision-making. The people of Oro-Medonte deserve better. We call on the province to halt this process and ensure that any future land use decisions are guided by fairness, transparency, and meaningful stakeholder inclusion, including a comprehensive land use plan for the entire region, particularly the Southwest lands where business development is occurring. And we can't say this any stronger, but this entire process and restructuring proposal to be released tomorrow is backwards and unacceptable in our view. The City of Barrie should not be endorsing an annexation agreement from the facilitators first and then handing them down to Oro-Medonte and Springwater for consideration as if the outcomes are predetermined. We believe that's not collaboration, but imposition. The proper process is the exact opposite. Oro-Medonte, as a community whose land is at stake, must first determine its vision, its priorities, and land use plans, reflecting the needs and the voices of its residents and local stakeholders, and then bring those forward for Barrie and the province to consider, rather than having a predetermined agreements imposed upon us. 2 years ago, Barrie chose to annex Oro-Medonte land without providing evidence, data, or public consultation. Since then, there's been no meaningful engagement, as I've stated, only closed-door decisions. Now, the facilitator and the City of Barrie is presenting a so-called proposal to be rushed through councils. This is Barrie dictating terms to its neighbors. True planning requires bottom-up input, transparency, and respect for those whose land and futures are on the line, not top-down deals made in advance. We believe that this process is wrong in practice, and wrong for our community of Oro-Medonte. We do not want our politicians and neighboring politicians deciding our future without our voice. Oro-Medonte will not become Barrie's 51st state. This facilitation process, we believe, is undemocratic and un-Canadian, silencing residents instead of empowering us. The experiences of south of our border show that what can happen when citizens are denied a voice. Friends of the Future and the over 3,000 residents who signed a petition against annexation will stand united to protect our land, our heritage, and democracy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Voorhees. Council, if there's any questions of clarification from Ms. Voorhees, but they're only questions of clarification. Not at this time. Thank you very much for your comments, and I understand, this is a sensitive issue, because we are being approached by 2 Tier 1 municipalities from both sides of our borders, and the processes have been quite different. So I understand the frustration when you compare the two together, in the time that it takes for the process to take place naturally through the MCR, and the engagement periods that have taken place in comparison to the Barrie one. But we are participating in the processes to make sure that your voice and our voice as a community is heard through the facilitation process. So thank you for
yes, and the Friends of the Future and the citizens of Oro-Medonte truly appreciate the council that sits in front of me, because you really have listened to us and have taken our ideas and our voices to the facilitation process, and we do appreciate that very much.
Yeah, it's a tricky path that we have to travel. We want to be respectful to our neighboring municipalities and the county of Simcoe to make sure that we find the most amicable solution. We understand that development is taking place. The #1 priority of the province is housing, and we are here to help assist with that #1 priority to the utmost, and that is what our focus is, and is what our lands have been deemed by the experts to be most suitable for housing, not industrial development. Unfortunately, we find the economic environment in a very bizarre place right now, and we don't know where the industrial development is going to come from and when, but we are going through the process as a cooperative participant in the facilitation, and we will continue to go down that path and do what we can for you. So you have this council's support to do the best that we can within our capability.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, is there anyone else registered to speak?
No, Mr. Mayor, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in council chamber who would like to speak to any items on the agenda tonight? If not, we'll move on to reports of municipal officers. Seeing none, okay. So we will move on, and so before I hand it over to CAO Binns, I do want to welcome Dan Matheson and Jeff Schilling. Dan, who's the head of the Ontario Land Facilitators, and Jeff is the facilitator in this very complex facilitation between Barrie, the county of Simcoe, Springwater, and Oro-Medonte. So I do want to welcome you gentlemen here, and thank you for taking time to attend our meeting tonight. So just before I hand it over to Mr. Binns, I just want to kind of lay a few points out so everyone watching at home and those in chamber understand. It's very important to understand that the restructuring agreement is the City of Barrie's proposal to the Township of Oro-Medonte. This is a proposal from the city which to date has not been agreed to by the township. The proposed agreement will be discussed with Oro-Medonte residents at a public meeting on Wednesday, October 15th, and council will consider the agreement at the Wednesday, October 22nd council meeting. It is equally important to understand the entire facilitation process is the province of Ontario's process through the Office of the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator. It is not the township's process. However, we have been fully engaged in the process as a cooperative participant at the facilitation table. From the beginning of the facilitation process, principles were established to guide the township, including the need for a thorough planning justification regarding the City of Barrie's expansion request, and a thorough public and stakeholder engagement process is also to take place. From the onset of facilitated discussions, the township committed to ensuring transparency and engagement with all stakeholders throughout the process. We remain firm to this commitment today. The township and staff understand that changes in the municipal boundaries will have a significant impact on the tax levy of Oro-Medonte and the county of Simcoe and the township of Springwater. The City of Barrie proposed restructuring agreement will significantly change and alter the township and all impacted municipalities and communities within the county. Therefore, it is critical that proper process and consideration be given to all components before making a final decision. Throughout the entire facilitation process, the township has been consistent in its approach with an objective to work collaboratively with all participating parties to provide a sustainable solution that is beneficial to the Township of Oro-Medonte and the County of Simcoe, while also fulfilling provincial objectives and positioning Oro-Medonte and Simcoe County region, the Simcoe County region, for continued success. We look forward to having further open discussions in regard to the agreement details once they have been released tomorrow, which is when Barrie has said they will come forward with their proposal, and at that time it will become a public document. So that I hope brings some clarity. Mr. Binns, I will allow you to give a brief presentation on the City of Barrie boundary expansion proposal, and that we have a second item on the same topic, which is a memorandum update from the Office of the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator, and that we have Mr. Schilling and Mr. Matheson of the OPLDF to provide this update. So Mr. Binns, if you would like to give an initial overview of the process, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to council and to the public. I think we really have the objective tonight of really trying to provide some context as to the path that we followed and where we are in the process. I'm sure the public has seen the notices of public meetings and the proposal coming forward. And as you've alluded to, Mayor Greenlaw, the proposals are still confidential. But to provide Oro-Medonte context to how we've moved through the process to get to the elements of a framework agreement, and as you mentioned, we do have our colleagues from the Office of the Provincial and Land Development Facilitator's Office who will do the same. So there may be a bit of overlap between the presentations, but we'll do our best to minimize that. And as I said, I do have a brief presentation that I'd like to walk through. In terms of background, this started back in 2023. Mayor Nuttall of the City of Barrie made a presentation to the Standing Committee and then to Oro-Medonte Council proposing a boundary adjustment to address Barrie's need for employment lands. You can see the image off to the left of the screen. These were the lands totaling 772 hectares that was proposed for expansion. Those lands are primarily agricultural, and there are a number of environmentally sensitive features. The township was not in favor of this proposal, but agreed to work with the city to find an amicable solution to address Barrie's employment land needs based on a comprehensive planning process that was in the best interest of all the parties, Oro-Medonte, Springwater, Barrie, and the province. Just in terms of a brief chronology, on the 16th of January 2024, both Mayor Greenlaw and Deputy Mayor Lavoie made a presentation to the Standing Committee that again spoke about regional governance and the implication of boundary adjustments and what should be considered. In February, there was a staff report that was put before council. At that point in time, the township reiterated position that it's not in support of Barrie's expansion request as presented by Barrie, but again, willing to work collaboratively to address the needs subject to planning process and justification. Fast forward to April, Hemson Consulting was brought on to review Barrie's employment land needs. I think the dates may be out of range here, Mayor Greenlaw, but there was the appointment of the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator to assist with discussions and ensure alignment with provincial housing and employment priorities. Following the appointment of the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator, Hemson was engaged as the starting point to determine an objective assessment of Barrie's land needs. On the 13th of June, there was a joint statement issued by the parties regarding the City of Barrie's boundary expansion request, and really the objectives of the facilitation process, which is to develop mutually acceptable approaches to enable growth in the broader region and to fulfill the local objectives by implementing provincial priorities such as housing and employment that was alluded to previously. In September, Hemson was retained, and the costs for the first stage of the Hemson work was shared by the parties. And in December of last year, Hemson released its findings of the initial assessment. Just a high-level summary of Hemson's 2024 lands needs assessment and the conclusions. As it relates to employment area, Barrie, Oro-Medonte, and Springwater collectively have sufficiently designated employment lands to 2051. Barrie faces a short-term shortage of shovel-ready employment lands, which is being addressed by implementing plans to accelerate infrastructure to key areas in South Barrie to unlock those parcels, and that work is currently underway today. acquiring lands outside of the city of Barrie would not address the short-term supply issue, given the planning, servicing, and development timelines to bring those lands on stream. And that the Oro-Medonte lands are subject to a number of constraints and lack the large contiguous parcels that would be optimal for employment land development. Barrie does face a shortage of employment lands by 2061, and additional employment area may be needed in Springwater following the full build out of the Midhurst secondary plan. As it relates to community area, and community area came forward in the Hemson report, and I did just want to highlight what community area is, because it's not a term I think that a lot of people commonly know. It's really defined as uses centered around housing, so primarily residential, and institutional uses. And institutional uses can be things like community facilities, colleges, churches, those kinds of things, and the supporting infrastructure, services, and local retail employment necessary to sustain residential communities. They're not industrial type of uses. So as it relates to community area, that both Oro-Medonte and Springwater have sufficient community area land to accommodate growth to 2051, and Barrie does not have enough community land to meet its 2051 population forecast based on its expected densities. As it relates to future expansion of Barrie boundaries, with a consideration of a boundary adjustment, there should be consideration for both community and employment areas, and that future growth for Barrie may require up to 930 hectares of developable land. That's 630 for community areas and 630 hectares for community areas and 300 hectares for employment areas. So again, this is based off of the Hemson Stage 2 that was presented in December, and that land would be reviewed as part of the study area, both in Oro-Medonte and Springwater. In March of this year, Hemson Consulting, supported by a number of other sub-consultants, North-South Environmental, Orland Conservation, and RV Anderson, were retained by the City of Barrie to further review where additional urban land could be accommodated within the study area, and considerations regarding urban land and constraints. So this is the next stage of the land needs assessment. While that was going on, while the consultants were doing the work in parallel, we were continuing discussions with the parties through the facilitation process. In May of this year, there was an updated proposal submitted by Mayor Nuttall to the Township of Oro-Medonte, and a similar proposal submitted to the Township of Springwater. In the case of Oro-Medonte, the proposal included $12,500 in compensation for per developable acre of land to be considered for annexation, and cross-border servicing of 935 units. At the same time, on May 28th, and that's 2025, in response to Barrie's updated proposal, Council adopted principles to guide its direction in the facilitated discussions, and also recognized that the negotiations could only advance so far until Hemson and the consultants have completed their work to look at how those needs would be best accommodated. I did want to just highlight the principles, and I think that the township's principles were adopted by council and guided the committee in the facilitated discussions. And you've heard a lot of these themes: regional cooperation and collaboration with an emphasis on expediting housing and employment, a well-planned and coordinated approach, recognizing that the city of Barrie, the township, and the county all have different roles to play in a regional perspective. That the land needs need to be objectively reviewed by Hempson and the consulting group through the facilitation process. Consideration for the environment, watersheds, agricultural lands, environmentally sensitive areas, and woodlots. Supporting development of employment lands around the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport is a significant economic driver for the county and for Oro-Medonte, Barrie and the region. That the boundary adjustment should be mutually beneficial for all parties, that there was equitable financial compensation, and that the process was as transparent and the public were engaged as critical elements of the process, recognizing that the process was directed through the facilitation process. From May to September of this year, as I mentioned, the stage 3 work from Hempson continued. There was a deadline of September 30th imposed through the facilitation process to come to agreement on a framework agreement, and we'll speak more to that process in terms of next steps. And at the same time, there were a number of confidential discussions that occurred through the facilitation process, and my colleagues at the Office of the Provincial Land Development Facilitator's Office will speak to that in more detail. Really, the summary of the Stage 3 Hempson report, which forms the basis for the land needs in the boundary expansion request, was reduced from the 930 to 500 developable hectares of community area lands and 300 developable hectares of employment land. The consultant's documents are available on the township's website. They'll be available at end of day today. They were just released today, along with the memo that forms part of today's agenda. I'd like to just touch on a couple of the proposed framework agreement and the general elements, both from all of the parties as established through the facilitation process, as well as Oro-Medonte's specific perspectives. The general elements of the framework agreement, so these would be the elements that are important to all the parties in the agreements. Fairness for affected property owners, environmental stewardship and protection, land needs, creation of jobs, and a strong local economy, equitable compensation, and community development. So all of those needs, as well as the specific needs of the parties, form the basis for consideration through the facilitation process. I do want to speak to cross-border servicing, and you'll recall from the presentation or the proposal from the City of Barrie that did include provisions for cross-border servicing, that cross-border servicing certainly has benefits, and it has a number of considerations, particularly as it relates to a limited portion or servicing a small portion in the township as what was proposed. So the McLean property, which was subject to a ministerial zoning order request in 2020, you can see those lands depicted on the left part of the slide off Penetanguishene Road. The road down at the bottom here is Shanty Bay Road. The proposal would be to provide cross-border servicing to the McLean lands, while there would be the benefit of the township gaining servicing capacity, support future growth and the assessment growth of that residential community. There's a number of downsides to that proposal that were important considerations for Oro-Medonte. One of which being that development would be the largest settlement area in all of Oro-Medonte, surpassing Craighurst that has almost 800 units. The future growth that would come from that would result in a net overall cost to the township. The assessment growth wouldn't pay for the cost of the infrastructure, maintaining the infrastructure, upgrading the township facilities to service the infrastructure, and all of those things would pose both financial and administrative challenges for the township to scale to be able to do that. It would also require comprehensive servicing agreements and a governance system, as well as long-term commitments. And if the McLean property was to remain in Oro-Medonte, it would result in a really impractical municipal boundary configuration. And just another consideration from Oro-Medonte's perspective is that Oro-Medonte is currently undertaking a growth management strategy in 2025 and will be completed in 2026. And really the intent of the growth management strategy is to lay out a long-term plan of how best Oro-Medonte should grow as part of a comprehensive planning process. Other elements and important considerations regarding Oro-Medonte's framework agreement, in addition to the principles. The land needs assessment is there to determine the planning merits, the stakeholder engagement, the timeline. Those processes have been directed through the Land Development Facilitator's Office. Opportunities for further diversification of employment lands in Oro-Medonte and regional and provincial collaboration. This aligns really closely to Council's strategic plan in terms of diversifying our land uses and diversifying the reliance on solely residential assessment, and lands that are ideally situated around the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport and potentially the Craighurst area, as well as to minimize the impacts to Oro-Medonte lands, how much of Oro-Medonte lands, and to address compatible community land uses and incompatible land uses. So where we are now in the process, as you've heard, and you'll hear more, the provincial facilitation process is now complete, and the proposal is being a boundary adjustment proposal is being advanced by the City of Barrie, and that's done so in accordance with provincial regulations. Mayor Greenlaw, as you highlighted at the onset, the proposal being tabled by the City of Barrie does not imply agreement by the Township of Oro-Medonte. Although through the process, all of the parties have sought to consider each other's respective interests and come to an agreement where it was possible to do that. The City of Barrie will host a public meeting on the 29th and then consider endorsing the proposal at its meeting of October 1st. Following that, the final boundary restructuring proposals will be forwarded to Oro-Medonte and Springwater for their consideration. And the township public meeting will take place on the 15th, commencing at 3 o'clock, and then council will consider the agreement on the 22nd. So that is the opportunity when council will consider the agreement. A few important things, I think, for council and the community to understand with respect to the process, that it's important to note that Oro-Medonte's consideration of the City of Barrie's restructuring proposal is really limited to accepting and agreeing to the proposal or rejecting the proposal. There is little opportunity for council to revise or alter the provisions of the proposal unless Barrie City Council reconsiders an amendment or and another consideration as deemed appropriate by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to finalize the proposal. So that is the process. It gets tabled by the City of Barrie as a proposal, forwarded to the municipalities for their consideration, and then forwarded to the minister. If Oro-Medonte agrees to the proposal, the terms of that agreement are clearly laid out in the agreement. If Oro-Medonte rejects the proposal, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing will consider the proposal along with Barrie's needs and determine appropriate actions. Mayor Greenlaw and members of council, through to the community, have tried to highlight where we've come from, where we are, and what the next steps. There will be more information coming through the process. This has been a long road. There's a lot of background information available on the township's website. As I alluded to, there'll be all of the Stage 3 Hempson work, and the updated memo that's on the agenda tonight will be part of the township's website, as well as the notice of public meeting, which will be pushed out this afternoon and into this evening. Your worship, happy to take questions from council, maybe following my colleagues in their presentation.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Binns. I think you covered off basically a great chronology of what's taken place over the last 2 years and change, or 2.5 years, I guess, because initially we were approached in the infancy of this thing in January of 2023. And I do want to, as I hand it over to Mr. Matheson and Mr. Schilling, I do want the public to understand that this council is a solution focused council. You know, some solutions aren't as enjoyable or palatable as others, but we will find a solution that best represents the voice of our constituents and is done in a fair and balanced way to position everybody moving forward, whether it's our municipal neighbors or the county of Simcoe. So that being said, I'd like to take this time to introduce Mr. Matheson and Mr. Schilling, and would you gentlemen like to proceed when you're ready, please? Jeff?
Sure. Jeff, what I'll do is I'll give an overview, and Mr. Schilling, Jeff will make the presentation, Your Worship. I first want to thank yourself and Deputy Mayor Lavoie and the CAO for your work with us over the last 18 to 24 months. My time on this file has been in the last 6 since I've been chair of the office. And I will say that it has been a process, has not been the most perfect one, but it is one that we've worked through, and it often is challenging because very rarely do adjustments to boundaries or restructuring proposals not have some challenges with them between neighboring municipalities. I do want to commend you for your integrity throughout this whole piece and the open dialogue that you and I have been able to maintain along with Mr. Schilling. So thank you to you and your staff for doing so. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Schilling, who is, of course, the facilitator assigned to this file. Jeff has been facilitator on many files in the province and does a very strong and good job on behalf of the province of representing the interests of the municipalities involved, but also the province as a whole. And Jeff, for that, I'll turn it over to you to take over the presentation now.
Thanks, Dan, and appreciate the opportunity, Mayor Greenlaw, Deputy Lavoie, members of council, CAO Binns. It has been a journey over the last few years, I would say. We've had many meetings, and I want to start by saying I truly appreciate your very principled approach to these discussions. I was in reviewing CAO Binns' presentation. I was reminded of those principles, and I was trying to think in my head as as we were, as CO Bins was reviewing them, kind of, the extent to which what we've ultimately arrived at kind of met those principles. And I would say, we've done, from where I sit and kind of having observed discussions over time, that I'm happy to say we've done a fairly good job of trying to achieve as much as possible, given the give and take. I would say, these discussions are amongst the most difficult municipalities we'll ever encounter. They are challenging. There are many facets. They involve legal, planning, financial, and people have strong feelings, of course. And so, the facilitation process is intended to take all of that kind of into account, have an open, without prejudice, confidential space so we can have frank discussions and we can have back and forth. And again, I'm very happy to say I've observed that throughout the process. I don't have a presentation per se, but I will say the PLDF released a memo earlier today that outlines kind of the process, and that memo is available on your website, or should be very shortly by the end of the day. And it will be available on the websites of the county, the city of Barrie, and the township of Springwater. Along with, we did want to be as kind of open with the discussions, especially as of late in the last number of months over the summer. The negotiating teams received some technical memorandum from the consultant team. Consultant team was led by Hempson, planning consultant, and supported by R.V. Anderson, who looked at the servicing issues and costs associated with servicing these lands should they come into development and into Barrie's boundaries. And last but not least, and very importantly, North-South Environmental did a great job of kind of looking at the entire scope of the lands and determining what the boundaries of the environmentally sensitive features and natural heritage areas were. Their work was independent of the discussions, I would say. They were given a very distinct task to look at three distinct options, one being all of the so-called spillover growth or additional growth that Barrie will experience, all of that growth taking place in Midhurst. Option two was all of that growth taking place north of Barrie into Springwater. And then the third option was that growth taking place into Oro-Medonte. So those were the kind of the options that the consultant team analyzed, and their reports are available as well with our memorandum on the municipal websites. This process began in 2024 with all the parties agreeing to jointly share. I think we all shared a desire to have a very tight and distinct definition of what the needs for additional lands for Barrie were. And so Hempson started this process with a needs analysis. And that needs analysis was published in December. It's also available on all websites of the participating municipalities. And the website concluded a need for additional land, and I think CO Bins nicely identified that in his proposal of roughly 900 hectares. And over the course of this year, Hempson did some further analysis and reduced that somewhat to 800 hectares, roughly 500 for residential or community areas, and 300 for employment lands. Over the course of the summer, there were a number of meetings. Those are all detailed in our memorandum. Most notably, we held two large, we called them plenary sessions. Everyone invited with all members of staff, heads of council, deputy heads of council, consultants to discuss the terms of the consultant work and look at the progress of the consultant's work as it progressed over the summer. There was a meeting in June 24th of this summer, and finally a plenary session on September 16th. I would say at the meeting of September 16th, I think we arrived at, I would say, the essence of what I call a facilitated or a framework agreement. But that's really the parties' mutual understanding of the terms and conditions of the elements of a proposal, but still subject, of course, to council approval. And now we take those terms and conditions that were discussed in the facilitation process over to Barry. Barry will incorporate those terms and conditions into a proposal, all as contemplated by the legislation, Section 173 of the Municipal Act. And that proposal will be considered by Barry on September 29th. The details of those proposals, or there are actually two legal agreements, one with Oro-Medonte and one with Springwater, that encompass all the issues regarding both townships and county matters are incorporated into those agreements. Those agreements will be made available tomorrow on Barry's website for all members of the public to review. And as I said, will be considered by Barry on September the 29th. There will be no decision on the 29th. At a subsequent meeting of Barry Council, they will consider the feedback at the meeting on the 29th and will make a decision to adopt a draft restructuring proposal. That restructuring proposal will be sent to each of the townships, the county, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in draft. Then each of the townships and the county will have to have their own public meeting and ultimately vote on the proposal. If all parties agree to the proposal, then it's over to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, who can implement the restructuring proposal by issuance of an order, a restructuring order. And the intent is to have these meetings take place over the course of the next month throughout October. And assuming there is agreement, if there is agreement, then to the minister for consideration later in the year in November for his determination. I don't have anything more to add to the framework. I don't want to preempt Barry and their release of information. I will say I did see a slide on CO Bin's presentation that talked about kind of the elements of the proposal, the kind of 6 themes of fairness to property owners, adequate and fair compensation to affected municipalities, opportunities for community areas and employment use. I would say in the case of Oro-Medonte, again, kind of reference to CO Bin's presentation, I saw the original proposal in 2023 was 772 hectares roughly. Over the course of the facilitated discussions, that land area was reduced in size. We have a land area now that the impacted land area, just for context, is roughly 530 hectares in size. That includes developable lands and non-developable lands, environmentally sensitive lands, and there is a fair bit of that area in the 530 or so hectares. That leaves a total of roughly 277 odd hectares for developable lands. It includes the lands in the south of that proposal, lands owned by the McLean family, and they had expressed a desire to develop those lands in 2019 into a multifaceted residential development that could accommodate over phases up to 1,300 homes over time. This proposal would accommodate that development over the course of time through the delivery of services to be provided by Barry through their existing water and wastewater treatment facilities. The remaining lands would be, if an annexation is approved, the remaining lands in Oro-Medonte would be subject to Oro-Medonte's official plan and zoning bylaw until such time as Barry may choose to relook at those plans through a comprehensive review or a secondary plan review, etc. So there would be a consideration of uses over time should the annexation be approved by each of the municipalities and subsequently by the minister. But I do want to kind of stop there. I know there's a lot to cover, and I probably have just touched the surface, and I'm sure you'll have questions once you have an opportunity to see the details of the proposals that Barry will release tomorrow. And through further discussion, we're happy to kind of return to answer further questions or provide further information. But at this point in time, the facilitated process has essentially come to a conclusion. Our role now is more supporting the matter through the council meetings and if approved through the implementation. So again, I want to thank all members of council for their truly professional and thoughtful and thorough approach to these discussions. And I'm very pleased that we have something for you to consider, and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schilling. I appreciate you and Dan making yourself available to come to tonight's meeting. And I'm going to open the floor for council, and Deputy Mayor Lavoie had a question first or a comment.
Yeah, I just think in both presentations, I'd like to thank CEO Binns and yourselves, Mr. Matheson and Mr. Schelling. What's driving the schedule, if it's fair to say so, and I just want to reach confirmation on this point for the public, for the purpose of the public, is that no restructuring order can be given after January 2nd in an election year. So in order for this to take place, I think part of the schedule issue that's driving this is to have this restructuring order delivered no later than January 1st, 2026. So I just want confirmation from your office that is the case.
Yes, Deputy Lavoie, if I can, through you, Greenlaw, there are legal limitations in implementing a restructuring proposal during an election year, and of course, 2026 is a municipal election year. There are impacts, as you're well aware, on ward boundaries and other matters. So the ideal scenario would have restructuring, if it's approved, take effect by the end of 2025.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Mr. Schelling. A couple of questions, if I may. The first one will probably be very brief. Will the boundary of Highway 93 change?
Well, I believe, the boundary, I guess I'm not clear on your question. So will the boundary change? The boundary would be readjusted to where what lands are given. So 93 would no longer, from my understanding, would no longer be technically a county road. It would, or a provincial highway. It would now become, it's a county road. Just to speak, it would become a city street.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is that the way you take it, Mr. Schelling?
Yes, that would be the case if the annexation were approved.
Okay, thank you. The next one is a two-part. Could someone define employment area? Like, is it industrial, institutional, commercial, or other? And how would this fit in with the residential?
I can maybe take a stab at that, Mayor Greenlaw. I think there's important definitions that are articulated in the boundary adjustment proposal that would provide those specifics. As I mentioned, we highlighted the definition of community land so that there was an understanding of what community land entails. And in that definition, there's certainly some employment, low intensity employment use provisions. Again, that's from the Planning Act. And employment lands are described in the proposal. And in the Planning Act. And I did allude to more industrial type of uses. And that's really the differentiation between the two.
Yeah. So I'll add some color to help you with this one. Because I want to be careful not to talk about what is in the negotiation now that has not become public. But when the report was identified in, I believe, December of 2024, those lands were identified predominantly ideal for residential development and commercial community employment uses. Now, commercial community employment uses would be strip malls, doctor offices, and then what would also be suitable for that plot of land that they've identified from Oro-Medonte would also be available for institutional uses. So whether it's educational institutions, hospitals, things like that. So I think what has come out of stage 1 and 2 of the Hempson report was those lands, because of the restrictions with EP running through a good chunk of it, and the Planning Act of not having conflicting uses, it would be or should be restricted to residential and community employment uses.
Thank you for that answer. I just was looking at the slides that Mr. Binns had up there, and where it showed an employment area, I saw a sketch that looked like a factory or an industrial picture. That's what made me ask, because it didn't really define employment area like what it was.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I would say, just Mr. Schilling, I think you would agree. I just want to make sure I didn't misspeak in regards to the findings of the Hempson Stage 1 and 2 report. That was kind of the findings that did come out of the report. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would. I think you accurately summarized, Mayor Greenlaw. The area of employment is defined in the Planning Act, and of course, you'll have your own definitions in your official plan, as will vary. The framework agreement or the restructuring proposal that will be made available tomorrow does identify a large area of employment use land that has been identified in Springwater along the 400 corridor south of Partridge. So it is not in the Oro-Medonte land area.
Yeah, no, that, and I believe that. I know the lands are particular. I didn't want to go there because I think unfortunately those lands weren't identified in stage 1 and 2. So they seem to have kind of morphed in stage 3. So but anyways, I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. And the only thing I would I guess what I'm concerned about, Councillor Schell, is when an annexation takes place, it wipes the board. So it's almost like you can come in and rezone anything to what it is. What we're trying to do, I think, through between now and when this wraps up, is to ensure that the kind of development there is not just protective to the residents that are in that area, but also being cognizant of the Barrie residents and the hospice and the hospital and the educational institution that are adjacent across the road. So I think our purpose and focus all along has been responsible planning that is for the betterment of the whole area or region, because that's how we're viewing this through that lens. So I know Deputy Mayor Lavoie had a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Schell's question, and thank you for it. I would just say that it might be prudent just to wait till the actual proposal comes out, and then based on what's in the proposal, we can assess the question that you're asking, because it's almost as if we can't answer it yet because we have to wait 12 hours. So I think this whole vision will become a little clearer then, and then we'll all be able to assess where we stand and where we're going. But yeah, it's an excellent question. I do have a question.
Okay, I just want to make sure, was there any other questions?
No, understandable. I was just asking for a definition, because it wasn't declared in there, wasn't identified. That's all.
And industrial lands are categorized from 1 to 3 in accordance to policy and legislation. So before I move to the question the deputy had. I don't want to cut you off from your questioning. Is that all the questions at this time? Okay, perfect. Deputy Mayor Lavoie and then Councillor Hutchison, please.
Yeah, I just, I think Mr. Matheson and Mr. Schelling, to you, through the mayor, of course, just perhaps if you could describe how the proponent or the proposer in this case would be held to the proposal that they sign going forward in the future once they have full zoning control over those lands.
Sure, happy to, Deputy Lavoie. So as I mentioned, if there is so the agreement itself, the restructuring proposal will talk about permitted uses, and you will see that tomorrow when you receive the agreements. And Barry makes those agreements public. Ultimately, they're implemented by the minister's order if they are approved. The lands then, any lands that are annexed, they come to the new municipality, in this case Barrie, with they continue to have the zoning, and the official plan that's in effect in Oro-Medonte continues to apply, notwithstanding the lands have been annexed, until such time as Barrie initiates an action to change the zoning. And that, as I mentioned before, that could be like an MCR process, an official plan amendment, or a secondary plan review. That is a very much a public process, and would be held in the public realm, and would be guided by the commitments that are made through this restructuring process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Actually, I think just going through the questions and the last one that you asked, Deputy Mayor, I'm clear now. You had said earlier, Mr. Schilling, about exactly that. Our official plan continues to apply until such time the City of Barrie decides to do a zoning amendment or an official plan amendment. You use the word consideration of uses, and that would be through Barrie and through the ministry. So I'm trying to get just a sense of clarity around the potential for industrial use. If the language is within the agreement that we have, could that be built in potentially to the agreement, that would not be a consideration of use in the future for that area?
There's no through you, Mayor Greenlaw, and there's no ability to kind of freeze zoning forevermore. Zoning is a fluid process, and would be unfair to individual landowners to freeze or limit their legal options in terms of zoning. But there are the agreement itself, as you'll see tomorrow, does very clearly delineate employment areas and areas that are designated as satisfying the community use and residential use of Barrie going forward. I mean, in the Oro-Medonte circumstance, the clear indication is that there is a commitment to consider the proposal that was brought forward in 2019 by the McLean family. That is a residential proposal. That is a pretty significant chunk of the lands that would be identified. On the eastern half of the lands that are identified, there are large areas of natural heritage features. Those cannot be developed. And then the remainder lands have been identified to satisfy that residential community use. And community use will be defined in the agreement. You will see that definition in the agreements that will be published tomorrow. So there are a number of very clear protections to ensure that there are appropriate land uses in that area to be annexed.
Yeah. Thank you. I think what Councillor Hutchinson is also alluding to is the fact that those, they're being defined as community uses, but the powers of annexation or a special economic development zone can be presented, which would allow them to clean the slate and start all over and designate what zones they want. I will share with you, because I have got a legal opinion back on how we can put those restrictions on through legislation, through the minister, and we will forward them to you after, because we have consulted with our legal team, and this has been done in one of the prior annexation processes with Innisfil and Barrie. So you know, I will provide that as we said, like what we're trying to do is get to a solution and an end point, and we will provide that. I guess the one thing is it is a concern is you know, the process, we didn't want to expand the scope of the lands we were looking at in phase 1 and 2. Yet we find 2 parcels that have migrated into the process now, and and also that the reason why there's a justification for 300 hex is because we have moved the timeline parameters from 2051 to 2061, when the current PPS says you should never plan further out on growth past 30 years at the maximum, and 20 is the minimum. So you know, I think what the public needs to understand, this is not the typical MCR process that we're going through. This is a totally different process that deviates well outside of what the MCR process would entail, not only from what detail happens, but also the timeline in which it's being pushed through. Would you agree with that? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying there's been a lot of audibles within from day one to where we are today.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can, you know, agree with the comment, Mayor Greenlaw, other than to say, you know, we did have a very clear process, kind of, that was guided by advice of our planning consultant, and looking at the residential uses, certainly used 2051 as a guide. I think with the clear advice we received from our planning consultant and during the process was that certainly employment uses was permissible to plan for those outside of the 2051 timeframe, and indeed it was prudent to do so, given, you know, this is a very complicated and expensive process for all, and to make sure our plan is robust and satisfies the needs for you know the foreseeable future going forward.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. No, I'm saying, you know, I know Barrie just recently went through an MCR on their OP, and obviously the numbers were aggressive, and this will help maybe correct those things. But you know, that's fine. Like I said, I'm not here to argue or debate. I'm just here to try and get clarity, so the public that is in the audience tonight and watching at home has a better understanding of what we're doing and how we're trying to get there collectively. So, is there any other questions from members of council? Okay, so I want to thank you again for taking time. I will I will let you know you have an open invitation, because it would be great to have you back at a council meeting once all this information is out, and we can talk about what the present is in the box. So, but But I do think, you know, I think one thing I will say publicly is that this council has been a big part of this process with the help of the facilitation. They've been a part from day one. They've been updated. We believe in being transparent. This matter will be voted on. This council will not have strong mayor powers implemented on them when we vote on this matter. Everybody's voice needs to be heard around the horseshoe. And I think that's the only fair and democratic way that we can best represent the constituents of our municipality. So, you know, I look forward to seeing what comes forward from Barry, and then hopefully some of the stuff that we have already prepared and our feedback will be listened to and not just come back rapidly as unacceptable, because I think we need to discuss to get us and everybody in the area to a better spot. Okay, so is there anyone else that has anything to say? If not, Mr. Schilling, Mr. Matheson, do you have any closing comments that you would like to make before you know, before I recess? And I don't have any power, so I can't even give you a recess. So.
Well, Your Worship, I'll just say sorry I couldn't join in person today. We are committed, either Mr. Schelling or myself, to attend a future meeting and answer further questions. As you know, you and I have many dialogues, some late at night, some first thing in the morning. And I look forward to seeing your legal opinion, as we had discussed earlier today. And we will continue, where possible, to advance ideas, concepts, and clauses which you would like to see brought forward into the agreement.
Much appreciated. And I appreciate you guys making yourselves as accessible all the time as you have. And I know I've had many conversations with you, Dan, but I've also had many lengthy conversations late Friday afternoons with Jeff, and unfortunately maybe he can't get onto his own personal life as quickly as he should, right? So, but anyways, thank you guys for everything, and I look forward to moving things to a solution that hopefully is for the betterment of all.
Thanks very much, and appreciate the chance to speak to council today. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to receive the information, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the reports as listed under item number 12, reports of municipal officers for information only, be received. A. Sean Bin, CAO, Barry Boundary Land Development Facilitation, and memorandum correspondence presented by Jeffrey Schelling and Dan Matheson, Office of the Provincial Land Development Facilitator.
All in favor? Any opposed? None. That is carried, Madam Clerk. So I think as I whip through this paper with a lot of chicken scratch on it, I think we're at closed session. Am I correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so may we have a motion to go into close, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 5:15 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, STRs, a position plan, procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, City of Barrie.
I apologize for cutting you quick, but I thought if I went into close before you got all that stuff in, it'd be really quick. We'd be right back out because there was nothing to be discussed. So anyways, Councillor Schell.
Did I hear you say 5:15? I'm sorry.
5:53.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor? That is carried. So we'll see in close. I want to thank everybody, and I'd like to say we'll be back out quickly, but I don't want to jinx anything.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Could we have a motion to rise from close and report out, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 7:53 p.m. and report on closed session items 18B and C.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion, a draft motion for item 18B, please?
Oops. Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, CAO, Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, Manager of Planning, I'm sorry, that's George, Director of Services, and Legal Counsel, Solicitor-Client Privilege, litigation affecting the municipality, short-term rentals be received, that staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. May we have a motion for item 18C, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Binns, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, City of Barrie, be received.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a draft motion for the confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025 098, being a bylaw to govern the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, September 24th, 2025, be passed in open council on the 24th day of September 2025.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 7:55 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great weekend, even though we're only at Wednesday. And we'll see you next week.